Good evening. Hey Pokeshack. How are you today? Hopefully we can get a lot further in PvP today. Or tonight. I'm good. I was lucky that I got home a little early. As you can see that I went through as fast as I could to make a little patch summary video. I remember we talked about that on last PvP stream, so I thought that I would see how well it could be done in a reasonable amount of time. It wasn't that huge of a patch though, but it did exactly what it needed to do. Today crystal rank. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, I actually was asked by some people whether I was interested in doing Savage with them today, but it's way too late. Like I can't when we've already agreed to do PvP first, right? And they're very nice people. But we're doing this today. Well, we might as well. Oh, yeah, thank you, Pokeshack. Yeah, I did see that you went to it. I also saw your comments. It's very nice. PvP time. And go in. I do believe, based on the time, that we're probably getting the basic map, you could say. What's it? I can't remember the name. Yeah, exactly this one. And we have some bronze and silver. And what's on the enemy team? 1 gold, a silver and some bronze, and 1 appears to be unranked. So that's even. Let's just switch to the PvP UI. Yeah, we're running on tracks. This might get really difficult since the enemy has 2 tanks. But this is where it might be a little important to take note that the warrior is the character that appeared to be unranked, which means that they might make a terrible mistake. But we can't know for sure, but they might make a terrible mistake. Our Dark Knight could also make a terrible mistake. This is gonna be really difficult if my team just refuses to go in. It seems like a Dark Knight snuck in from behind. That's not the time to use Miracle of Nature. That was a very good start. This isn't over yet, not at all. I don't know why our Dark Knight is just taking it like that. Oh, I didn't see the limit break coming. Oh yeah, that's true, Pokeshag. That was actually what I was thinking of, that maybe we would have a really hard time beating through. But I guess it wasn't just a matter of having two tanks. It was probably a combination of how they played as well. Oh, there was the Dark Knight limit break. Is he gonna be okay? Darn it. Oh, there was a lot of hits on top of me there. I should have been more careful. So what killed me before was the machinist using analysis drill, which is 20,000 damage, immediately followed by the limit break, which is 36,000 damage. If I don't heal in between that, I die outright, because that's a combined 56,000 damage and I only have 51,000 health. I almost got clipped there again. Like, the machinist is really good at timing their shots, I feel. Oh shit. Get back here, you. I was just standing there like, wait, where's the crystal? I'm gonna take this so the enemy doesn't get it. I'm not sure what she had in mind. Or what he had in mind. Oh, time's up. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, wait a minute. Like, I actually thought that the crystal was with us, but then I realized it wasn't. It took a moment. Thank you. Well, that's one win. They don't know, but I have the crystal. I'm just imagining the white mage just carelessly walking off with the crystal in their hands, like a small crystal, like a piece of candy, you know. We also got a series level up. Are we going in, or? Azure Framer's Kit. New adventure plate stuff. And we have 2 bronze, 1 silver, 1 unranked, and then me. Does that mean the other team is also 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze, and an unranked again? That is incredibly specific. Pokejak says, by the way, now I'm a Lalafell for the eternal bonding thing. Yeah, you mentioned that. You feel weird being a Lalafell bot because you play duties. Sometimes you forget that you're not an aura anymore. Oh, okay. And you're like, where am I? I didn't notice if it was our bard that was low, but I do think it was their bard that was low rank. But we have the same, I believe, on the enemy team, the same white mage, machinist, and summoner as the last match, which can be good or bad. I'm not super keen on matches with no tanks, honestly. And I'm not super keen on this either, but since you're going for it... Yeah, exactly, I agree, but if you don't follow the party, it's worse. Agreeing on a bad plan is better than disagreeing and not doing it. We have a vocal white mage. We got someone. We might be able to turn it around. Just be careful the white mage doesn't take your candy. Oh yeah, they do have a penchant for doing that, don't they? Ow, there was the limit break again. He really hates me in particular. I think our white mage doesn't realize that prioritizing pushing the crystal over your own survival isn't the smartest thing. As we were getting killed off one by one, they continue to send push the crystal messages. Uh-oh, this is gonna hurt. And the white mage is spamming push the crystal. Ah, so close. Nope, we have to get away. Maybe we can heal up here. Oh, I was perfectly silenced just so that I couldn't do anything. I shouldn't have gone in. I was trying to use this placement to get out of the way, but it was a little too late. And now it's overtime. I don't think we can... Nope. That was a difficult one. The very start of the match didn't go super well. But as I said, it was... The problem there was that the Dragoon wanted to go into like in an ambush. But the white mage vehemently refused, which meant that they got in so late that by the time the white mage was in range to help, the Dragoon was dead. And the rest of us was kind of scattered. That's kind of the reason why an ambush just doesn't work, is because some players don't want to do it. And in PvP like this, if you don't all agree on what you're doing, then you're not doing it. And there are significant enough amounts of players that will flat out just refuse to do the ambush technique or ambush strategy. And as long as that is the case, it's just not a healthy strategy to go for. But if someone goes for it, then there's someone that is engaging for you. And if someone is engaging on your team and you're not like trying to follow up on it with them, then they're going in for nothing, and then you're starting the match as a 4v5, and that typically means you lose. Hey Green Yoshi, how are you doing? We've had so far a win and a loss. Thank you. Now we have gold, 1 silver and 3 bronze. Does the enemy then also have exactly that somehow? No, they have 4 bronze and a gold. Interesting. And we're the only team with a healer. Oh, and that's the summoner from last match. Now they're on our team, and the enemy gets a different summoner. Well, in the first match we had one tank and the enemy had 2 tanks, so... But it's not surprising that there's not that many tanks, since they rely a lot more on teamwork to function, I think. Okay, someone's marking. That is a very good option, going for the Black Mage first. The Black Mage knows, so they have set up a barrier. Now, the bad idea here is that the longer we wait, the further the Black Mage's limit break is, and the Summoner's limit break is also pretty gruesome. That's a bait. I wonder if we can do this. I might be able to confuse them a little bit with this. Oh, the Dragoon's limit break is ready. We should be aware of that. Oh man, that was so much damage stacked on top of me. I actually managed to heal through everything and then died to the last bit. It doesn't help that there's two behemoths, so you're not sure which one's your team's. I don't have any dashes, so it's kind of difficult to do target switch. And the flare ran out. Oh, they obviously decided to target me first. Of course they did. No! Dragoon limit break, run! I think we're losing. We might be losing since it's going into overtime right now. Ah. Yeah, that's a bad time. I don't have anything left. That's a very, very tight match. I actually think that we just have to push them off the crystal and then we win because we're... I think we're ahead? I'm not actually sure. I have a little bit of a hard time remembering how to read that menu. Nope, we were behind. Oh well. We keep trying. We just have to remember how to do the good stuff. Yeah, it was really close, Green Yoshi. We were like 1% behind them, and then it went to overtime. So whoever's ahead has to push the other team off the crystal, and the other team has to push it at least ahead of the winning team. It's a little complicated, but ultimately you just have to stand in a winning position for a little bit if you're already winning. And the summoner from the last match is on the enemy team now. We have a tank this time, at least. Oh, that's pretty funny, Pokeshack. Was that a scholar? I thought it was a white mage. Oh well. I didn't really pay that close attention to it, so I wouldn't be completely sure anyway. Uh-oh. That's a bait. Wait. Can I get out of this alive, I wonder? The answer is probably no. Yeah. The drill power shot. Would be really awesome if we could get the summoner to spend their limit break and then promptly die. Like that. And I'm out. I'm gonna take the long way around to be safe. Where's the Dragoon? He's there. Dragoon limit break. See. There you go. Priority target done. Anything else you would like, team? Oh, we did it! And we get an achievement. I think that was just for doing a lot of matches. Give yourself the luxury, that small luxury, by being a spectator. That's true, you have the space to take in the entire battle a little bit more. I guess that, like, I hope that helps a little bit to make it more interesting. I already did all the work, team. Is there anything else you need? The only reason why I stomped everything I had on the summoner is because I happen to know that if the summoner got their limit break off, there is a decent chance that they might be able to do a lot. So it's just better to prevent them from even being allowed to do that. Just based on observing that summoner going crazy in the other matches. Otherwise, normally it's usually a better idea to use the red mage limit break on multiple enemies at once if you can. But a bit like waiting for the perfect samurai limit break, that is sometimes just not gonna happen. So it's sometimes better to just use it on a priority target and getting it over with. Because the sooner you use limit break, the sooner you get limit break. Is that the best way to use the machine? Okay. Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Okay, so the bait didn't work very well. Can we tank through the damage, maybe? This is chaos. Oh no, there's the summoner limit break. We have two. We get one from us too. So we get the Phoenix instead. That's also a strategy. I actually tend to prefer the Phoenix. It feels like it carries more momentum. Like you can switch a losing battle much more heavily than Bahamut can. Seems like we ultimately managed to turn the match around, but this might only be a momentary victory. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to use it like that. I was intending to use it in white mode. But instead I switched to black mode and then used it on myself. Can we survive this? Maybe? Looks like it. I think they might be too frail to be able to chase us down. Just the warrior then. I think we're losing ours. Nope. Okay, hold back, that's a bait. I'm taking this. I tried to take this, thank you. Hey, we got it! Nice. And we didn't even die. Very nice. I didn't even notice. I didn't even realize we got it, that I was doing that well. Despite the mess up with the limit break. Another match. I would be satisfied if we can get to like platinum, but we don't even have to do that. I mostly just want to see if we can progress some while also getting the series levels, as I also mentioned last week. And now the enemy is the one with the tank. We might be fine. Hey, the bard is going that way around. Just don't try to ambush, please. It never goes well, guys. And the white mage wants to do it, but I don't know if they realize that they're a bit alone on that one. Thanks. Thanks, team. Oh, man. Oh, well. The ambush never works. It feels like it's always better to be the one counter-attacking on the ambush rather than being the ones that do the ambush. In my experience. I should not go in now. At best, I should see if I can try and cover someone else's escape. What? Where did they shoot me from? And they really want me dead, huh? I just got back and then they jumped me specifically. Well, guess we're camping the crystal now. I can't see anything at all. Run. Maybe try and bait the paladin to do something really, really dumb like this. Meanwhile, two of ours die on the front lines. It's not so good. Ah, yeah, I survived the machinist limit break. They timed it just barely wrong. This is going super well. And we have a streak. It's going super well, but apparently not thanks to me. So what are you guys up to? Well, we won again. We're actually up on a win streak now. It went really well. And we're still like repeatedly matching with the same summoner, and either on or against, on our team or against us. Now they're not here. Now that I called them out, suddenly the game doesn't give us the summoner, the specific summoner. But I believe that's the Black Mage from the last match. I think. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, nice, Green Yoshi. I think it's 4 wins, Pokeshack. I think it's 4. The good news are, Green Yoshi, that I believe there's going to be another beast tribe in 625 in a few months. Do we have a priority target? Or are we just gonna stand here and talk about it? I guess we're just standing here then. Well, this is awkward. Missed your chance, buddy. The extremely funny move is when you're really close to the front line and you start casting the potion. It really gets to some people, so they make huge mistakes to get to you. Oh dear. Wow! What was my team doing at the beginning? Well, both teams were waiting for the other team to engage. Ultimately, one of our team got too close to the enemy machinist and they opened with an analysis drill. Basically, I think I mentioned this last week, but people have discovered that in a team-based game with limited communication options, it is almost always easier to defend than it is to attack. So people will wait for as long as it takes to either get the first good shot in or for you to engage. and be in the disadvantage, because it's apparently disadvantageous to start. Like to initiate the initiate combat appears to be a bad idea. Wait, Dragoon limit break. I got the order wrong because I was too excited to get my limit break off in time. And then it didn't kill anything, unfortunately. On the bright side, we're so ahead that if it goes to overtime, we have to defend. Now, the danger is that they might get us immediately again. And there's the overtime. Dragoon limit break. Oh no, dance the limit break. Ah. I think this is it. The only way to turn this around is if the Black Mage could stop them. That's it. Oh well, we go again. Well, the thing is that I wasn't actually planning to use my limit break to heal. I had already kind of accepted the fact that I was not gonna get away from that. So I was just really banking on being able to take the Dragoon down with me, and I didn't manage to do that. And even if I had done the correct order and done Flare into limit break, it seems he would still have survived since he had 17,000 health left. So he would have survived. No, Pokeshack, that's not why I lose. It's just you don't win all of the... It's not all about winning. You just, like, we learn something. Every time that I lose, I learn more about what I can and cannot get away with. As, like, for instance, as our rank grows, people get more and more inclined to focus the red mage. And the more people are interested in focusing the red mage, the more we need to play more careful. Especially choosing to use the white mode melee combo instead of the black mode melee combo. To bait enemies into wasting their energy on the tanky red mage that is using their tools in an unexpected way. Oh, we have a Gunbreaker. I think it was Dr. Wario that was really excited about Gunbreaker in PvP. Yeah, it might be Ralo too, now that you mention it. I think both of them talked about it. Are you sure about that, Ninja? Okay, it seems like it worked out for you, mate. Fair enough. I'm not entirely sure what we're going for right now, guys. I think I got a lot of their attacks there. Unfortunately, it was not nearly enough. Now, Ninja, don't just run in. Please, don't just run in. I'm not sure how I survived all that while everyone else on my team died. Hey, Valen. Probably watched too much Naruto. He actually didn't just run in. Okay, we got something. Getting something done. And then we're getting done. Ow. I think it's... as long as it's a 1-for-1, it's not too bad. Where's the crystal? It's pushing. Good, 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 good. I think the fastest way back is this way around. Might also be the most surprising way back. Are they getting so focused? Oh, balloon limit break. And we flip and go back again. But now we're ahead, for good or bad, we're ahead. Hey, what? Okay, so in case you're wondering what happened there, it switched to overtime, but none of the enemies were on the crystal. So just a little speed run of how the overtime mechanics work. When the time is up, if the losing team is not on the crystal, the instant that time is up, then they lose immediately. If they are just one person on the crystal when the time is up, it switches to overtime. And then if they step off the crystal, they have like 3 seconds to get back on it. And then it's okay. But specifically, if they're not on it when overtime begins, they just lose instantly. You didn't see him the whole game and you don't know what he did, but the Gunbreaker won. Yeah, see, that's exactly the reason why earlier I said that I thought that the healer in our first match was a white mage, because I didn't notice that it was a scholar. Because I didn't really notice in minute detail what they did or didn't do. So it could have been either. Oh, we have a samurai on the enemy team. I've noticed that the summoner is extremely popular now with the new mechanic where they have Slipstream give speed boost to their team. And I see very few red mages. Maybe it's because red mage isn't particularly great in frontline, while summoner is really good in frontline. So people experience PvP as a job that is pretty good in frontline, and then they want, of course, to Crystalline Conflict with that job. And if a job isn't that good in the, you could say, training mode, no. Now we have to play super defensive because the samurai is super late. And that's when we try and bait the samurai to do something stupid by drinking potion. He doesn't fall for it though. Who needs skill when you got fashion? Well. Uh-oh. Ah, that was so much damage. It was really difficult to heal through. But we're in a pretty advantageous position. We're past 50%, so they need to get through the checkpoint. to be able to flip the tide, like turn the tides, but that could happen very easily. Where's their summoner? Where's their machinist? There's their summoner. That's not the way I wanted to backflip. Somehow I got away from him. He actually gave up. So much damage out of nowhere. It always surprises me. The big mistake here is that I didn't actually see the Dragoon on the enemy team was using Limit Break, so I just ran in. And now we're in the losing position. As I said, it could go really fast. Hello, friends. You can't just say fall back and then just leave your friend to die. Then there's not gonna be time to fall back. Ah, used guard just at the right time. I'm in a really bad position here because as a red mage I can't do very much if I'm forced to stand on the point. Ah. I think they got us. They just have so many AoE limit breaks, it felt like. Yeah, Valen says, we can still fall back. We're at spawn. We can still fall back! So normally, people use the fall back and regroup call out to tell people to wait with engaging if anyone's dead. It makes sense if like you want to make sure everyone goes in at the same time, but the thing is that you can't just use that call and then just hang back if someone else already went in. Like, the best you can do is try and use your tools to peel the enemy from them so that you can save them, because otherwise you're gonna wait another 15 to 20 seconds for that guy to respawn, and if the enemy has the crystal, you only have 20 seconds to fall back. The first time, you don't have 40 seconds, then it's too late, and then it's over. So you need to help them if someone already ran in, and then it doesn't matter that you decided that we're not engaging. Now we have 4 tanks on the field at once, it seems. And no ninja, that's true. I have tried playing ninja myself in PvP. It's really difficult. And it's really good. It's good enough that its limit break got severely nerfed. Like, if you line everything up perfectly, a ninja can possibly chain their limit break for the rest of the match if they want to. But with the nerf, it's pretty much impossible to do that now. Ah, the god. That's not good. We lost someone first. We lost two first. And that's despite me hanging out with two of the enemies at once. I mean, I impressed myself with how long I held on, but in the end, it might have been worse that I didn't survive. Oh, the Dark Knight has limit break up. And the Samurai used limit break just now. I'm taking this. Oh no, I shouldn't have taken it from the Dark Knight. Let's see, can we save this somehow? Nah. Balance says your elo is so high that they have to give you lower elo players just to make it even. I don't know. It seems like most of the evening they've been like one team gets one gold player each or two gold players each, and then there's like silver and bronze and even unranked people as well. I don't know why they do it like that, but I'm guessing it's because there just isn't enough people in each of those like tiers. It sort of makes sense, like oh, my samurai surrendered. He was on base for a long time without leaving. Well, that explains a lot then. If we were playing a 4v5, I was very focused on trying to do my part. But if I'd noticed, I probably would have written a report, because that's not allowed. You're not allowed to go AFK. Oh look! Now I'm suddenly on the other end of the spectrum. We have 3 platinum. Do they also have 3 platinum? They have 4 platinum. Excellent. See. Well, I think if we can somehow get to their black mage, that would probably be a good idea. That tends to be a decent strategy if you can focus down the squishiest on the map. And then not do that. I'm impressed that I got away with that again. This is just one big blob of chaos. I'm not sure how this is working, but it seems to be somehow working. Yeah, you guys push the crystal. Why did you stop pushing the crystal, guys? Why? We had something going. Why did you do that? Oh, he has limit break up. You don't understand anything anymore. It's very, very confusing. Like, it felt like the big strategy here has been a lot of just chaos strategy. So what seemed to happen, from what I could see, is that someone started calling out that we should push the crystal. I'm relatively sure that the person that said that we should push the crystal was standing on the crystal, pushing it. And the rest of us was keeping the enemies away from the crystal, which meant that they could keep pushing the crystal. And then the person decided that the smartest move was to step off the crystal to come and help us in the 4v2 that we were currently winning. I don't really understand that. Like, it worked out in the end, but if we had not been like, if I didn't have kept a close eye on the person watching the crystal, then it would probably have just slipped all the way back to middle. Oh, that's the monk that we fought earlier. And the enemy has a tank and 2 healers. I mean... That's a weird balance. We have 4 DPS and a healer, and the enemy has 2 healers and a tank. And 2 DPS. Valen says, I know some people who don't know what they're doing. They don't do something without 100% certainty. That sounds like they're not... like they're going to have a lot of problems then. Uh-oh, we have a disconnect. That's probably gonna be an auto lose. Or we have to play super defensive. And the enemy knows that we're 1 down, so they're just gonna stomp us before we have a chance to wait it out. That's fun. It doesn't even matter whether we had a chance or not, because we're 1 down, so we can't win. Like, the only chance we would have had of winning would be if we were absolutely outmatching them. Then maybe we would be able to keep an even match for a while, but this is not gonna happen. Now the summoner's there, but it's too late now. And the summoner's standing still because they're still loading in, I guess. Good match. That sucked. You just can't do anything about it. And the problem is that the dev team can't really do anything about it either, because if there was like a mechanic where if one on your team left mid-match, like disconnected, that you wouldn't lose rank or something, then people would find a way to abuse it. It's absolutely certain that someone would find a way to abuse it. Just never lose rank. Obviously, you could combat that by punishing them for doing it too regularly, but then you could also end up punishing people that don't deserve it. Like people that genuinely disconnect a lot for some reason, although in that case, maybe PvP isn't the best thing to do. Oh yeah, it's literally like a party. It holds the spot until you're in. It's just that once you're in, the match is gonna go anyway. There's no system to like delay the match because someone is disconnected or anything. You're just in a 4v5 instead. Yeah, it is. I'm guessing that it's pretty much the same. Like it uses the party members and everything. It's just a shame because I do think that maybe we could have like had an even match with the other team, but because we were one short, we just couldn't. It didn't even matter because when you're 4v5, there's a good chance that some people on your team are not gonna try very hard because they already know that it's probably lost. So even if you could win or like hold on 4v5, you're probably not gonna try very hard. Don't you dare do the ambush move. It's never gonna work. They could possibly pause the crystal, but again, there would be ways to abuse that. If the enemy team is on the crystal, you just leave. You just leave the match. If too many of your team is dead, just leave. Just leave the match. Like now, someone on our team could hypothetically leave the match and that way tank the crystal for us. Like, I don't need to do this if I can just leave and then the crystal stops, right? That's why they can't really put in any mechanisms to compensate you when someone on your team disconnects or something, because it's very easy to abuse it. If you could make the match cancel instead, then people would abuse it to match fix instead. Like anything you could possibly come up with to help this problem, you can spin in a way to make it an advantage for people that are trying to cheat. And there are probably even more malicious ways you could abuse it. But that's just what I'm coming up with on the spot, right? I can't follow, I don't have my dash. There we are. The other solution is the auto boot back out when someone disconnects. Yeah, exactly. But as I said, then people will just use it to match fix. And what I mean by that is both. If people are like take two players that are within a certain number of ranks of each other, such that they have a pretty good chance of meeting on the field. If they queue in as the same job, then there's a 100% chance that they are gonna end up on opposite teams, and that way they would be able to ensure that one side wins by the other team effectively playing a 4v5 with one player intentionally playing poorly, for instance. And if they don't end up in the same match, they can just leave. Welcome back, Pokeshack. Of course, that should incur the, the leaver penalty, so you're out for 30 minutes. But if it preserves your rank, then it doesn't matter, right? Again, you could also say, yeah, but what if the leaver loses rank? And now we're getting somewhere. Like, now we could be doing something. So, Pokeshack, if you disconnect in the middle of a Crystalline Conflict match, what happens is your team is now in a 4v5, and they're probably gonna lose, which means that you are gonna lose, which means that you are gonna lose rank. But it also means that the 4 other innocent players are also gonna lose rank, and they can do nothing about it because they're playing an uphill battle. And what I'm basically saying, talking with Valen here about, is almost anything you could come up with to solve that problem can be abused. Like, for instance, Valen suggested, what if the crystal can't be, like, if it just completely pauses if there's not 10 players in? But then you could just abuse that. Like, if you're in a losing position, you could just disconnect. There's a reasonable chance that eventually the match will return to a neutral because both parties are just kind of standing there and waiting. But that would mean that you could just wait until your party is all alive back at spawn and then just reconnect. And if the match would just get cancelled if someone leaves, then people would use it to just cancel out of matches they're losing. Like a bit like how if you've ever seen competitive, I don't know, Pokemon matches in the official games, you can just plug your connection and then you disconnect and then then it's just a draw automatically. Again, the map changed because it's half past. So in case anyone's curious, the map changes every 1 hour and 30 minutes. And it changes so consistently that at the same time every day it's going to be the same map. Which means if we're doing PvP starting at the same time every week, then we're going to have the same map cycle every week. But hopefully we have less issues with people randomly disconnecting now. Wait, did someone just... Our samurai just went for it. Why? Why? Oh, that was a limit break. And the guard camp. Oh, and another limit break. What are you hiding for? Ah. There's the Dragoon limit break. Okay, we're even, maybe. We're not even. Push the crystal, they say. This is a difficult one to just run around and keep the enemies on their toes. Okay, somehow, some way, I survived like 45 seconds just hanging out in the middle of the enemy team. And there's the Dark Knight limit break and the Dragoon limit break. And somehow I survived both. Overtime, and they're ahead, I believe. Yep, they're ahead. And there's the Reaver limit break. That's terrible. I have nothing left. I can't do anything because I have to stay on the crystal. That really, really makes it hard. Thank you, man. I'm just gonna tank everything for 45 seconds somehow. And there's the Dark Knight limit break again. I'm really not sure how we're supposed to flip this. There's the Dragoon limit break. But apparently it seemed that it was our Dragoon's limit break and I couldn't tell the difference. Surprise! I think we got 2 of them. Oh no. Never mind, I thought the Dragoon used Limit Break. I'm out of stuff again. I think our run is over. Oh hey Saber, thank you. That does look like about the same order as it usually is actually. We're pretty much just prolonging the match right now. I don't think we can actually turn it around. Ah, there's the Dragoon limit break again. It's really tough. Reaper's really good at winning, at playing a winning game, because every time they use their limit break is an opportunity for the enemy team to immediately lose. Because it pushes the enemy out of the crystal, guaranteed. So you have to, like, as the losing team, to have a person standing smack dab in the middle at all times, otherwise you risk losing because of a single Reaper limit break, and because the Reaper has, like, it played perfectly, their limit break has like a 45-second cooldown, I think, so it comes out all the time. We have... Is that 2 unranked players? Well, Reaper is a little strange in the way that it works in PvP. I'm not entirely sure how to optimally play it myself. But they're actually... I would almost say that they're closer to a tank than a DPS in some ways. Because their Arcane Crest gives their team a lot of healing. But only if you attack it. So the Reaper sort of wants to annoy you to the point that you choose to attack it over someone else. But it's more like a tank in the same way that a Dark Knight is a tank, in that they both don't bring that much like defensively to the table. They're just really annoying, mostly, and difficult to kill. Can I get safely from this? I might be able to get away from this. I guess they chose to not follow me. They preferred the 5v, well, the 4v4 over catching me specifically. Wait, what? Did we get 2? I think I've gotten really lucky with sniping the enemy just as they're barely within kill range. Like the Dark Knight repeatedly getting sniped as their limit break runs out. People are just dying to the bombs right now. What's happening? The enemy is just dying like flies right now. Where's their black mage? Oh, Dragoon limit break. Bait. I think we've gotten like 2 full party wipes on the enemy back to back. That was ridiculous. Randon says, lol, red mage is nothing, just leave them. Yeah, that's actually the thing. When I originally started playing PvP, I had a perfect win streak from the bottom of bronze to like gold 1 in the first season, because people hardly bothered to attack the red mage. For some reason, you could just safely dive in and kill someone and just walk off. How did you kill the summoner along with the black mage if you had just left the base? I think the summoner was somewhere near our summoner, because the one that got credit for the double kill, I think, was our summoner. Why? Not sure, but that's what it looked like. Probably limit break, and then Bahamut attacked them or something. It's hard to say. Sometimes just a lot of damage comes out. The black mage came out and ran right into me, as far as I remember, in that exchange, and wasn't really prepared for me diving right into them, of all people. I think a lot of the really good black mages that are not high rank probably learned a lot in the previous seasons, and then, you know, ranked back down. Either from not playing at all or from playing less. But for instance, seeing black mages that use their limit break and then use their lightning spell to get a shield up, so that they're a little safer when they intend to just use flare and freeze, mainly freeze. That's a lot smarter than just going in without a shield. Because they're probably not going to be using the Thunder spell while their limit break is running. So that's like something that I guess the black mages learned as a counter strategy to the fact that if you see the black mage with limit break up, they light up like a Christmas tree. You can see that black mage coming at you from a mile away. That's a really funny adventure plate. So everyone will just jump the black mage in that instant. So if the black mage assumes that they're gonna get jumped and they play around it, then they're going to have a better time. And that's also like the same I do, where I lean towards using white magic as best I can if it's clear that the enemy is going to focus me anyway. But if they're not going to focus me, then I can more safely just dive in with black magic. The problem is that if they're not focusing me and I use white magic, then I'm losing out on an insane amount of damage that I could have had. But I miss out on because I instead placed shields on me that the enemy decided to ignore. And the enemy has their own red mage. And I'm getting... Right, there was the miracle of nature. I should not have gone in because the white mage was of course looking at me. The black mage got a really good sleep cast, so maybe they can turn it around. That's painful. Feels like every time I go in, that's when they save all of their crowd control. Oh, that was the red mage limit break, it looks like. Oh no. That was not the time to backflip. Oh no. No, you're not getting to use your limit break and run, summon a guy. No chance. I'll gladly trade my limit break for that. Someone can see me. Oh, they can still see me. Too late for you. My dots have already taken root. Uh-oh. Everyone group up is requested. You got it. Got the red mage again. That was a random miracle of nature. I'm in a really bad spot right now. I need to get away. Okay, we got 2 off the back of the limit break, it seems. We win? We win! And we had the same summoner on our team. That's a good summoner. That was a Dragoon moment of your part. Too much small. A lot of jumping. But it is actually a pretty good strategy to go for the enemy red mages. Specifically because your shield on the melee combo perfectly matches the dot on their melee combo. So if you can get your dot up on them first before they start their combo, there's a reasonable chance that you're the best at sneaking in damage on them. And because of how red mage tends to do their full melee combo before they want to use guard, they can pause it if they want to, but it's a little problematic to do it. But the worst time you can choose to wait with using guard is when a red mage is using black shift melee combo on you, because that's going to mean that you're guarding while taking a delayed 18,000 damage. And you're going to take those 18,000 even if you guard. So you don't want to do that. Oh, that's the monk from earlier and the same red mage just before. And oh no, and we have the good summoner on the enemy team now. But we still have the black mage. Last time I was on team with that samurai, that was the samurai that just ran in, if I remember correctly. But it's been a few matches. So maybe they've decided to change up their strategy. I do believe the Paladin has a stage of the Boshan resistance relic. Oh, now he's going. The samurai is on the loose. That was a really bad start. We might lose right now because people are just running face first into the enemy. Yeah, this doesn't work. It doesn't count as trolling, and it is not technically feeding or anything like that. It's just that the samurai needs to learn what they can and cannot get away with. You see, I sometimes do that mistake of just dashing in myself. Because sometimes you just don't know. And you need to learn. But that was terrible. And so now let's check. I think we actually can afford something new with wolf marks. Why does a single materia cost 15,000? Why? We can buy a minion. Why are those allowed? I already have them. I think what the samurai went for is that so the previous match we played them, they just ran in. They tried to lead the charge, which if you just run in so fast that your team is uncertain where you are, then you've gone too fast. This time, he waited for someone to get hit, and then the summoner took like half their health and damage, and then the samurai thought that that was his chance to go in. That didn't go exactly as planned, because incidentally, the summoner was not crowd controlled, so they could just heal back up, which I think is what ended up happening. But it's not that easy. It takes a lot of practice to learn exactly what you can and cannot get away with in PvP. And I often get it wrong. Some jobs are a little easier because you don't have to choose between A or B, it feels like. They have decided that we're focusing the machinist, apparently. We can try that. Uh-oh. Is that a good idea, Samurai? We're extremely spread out. That's okay, Pokeshack. It's... You may feel like something is, like, obviously a mistake. But sometimes that strategy that he employs could have worked. And I don't know. Like, for there? We just got the easiest insta-kill on the machinist somehow, and I'm not even quite sure how we did that much damage. Okay, I'll take the crystal. You'll take the crystal then. I know why we can so easily pounce the enemy machinist. It's because he doesn't know how to use guard, I think. This might be a case of someone discovering that one of the enemies are not that great, maybe? And then abusing it heavily. Ha! That was perfectly timed for disaster for the Dragoon. Can we get it in? We can! I will say that, as you say, Pokeshack, the guard is like the block in a fighting game. Guard is really difficult to use because it's really strategic. It is probably the most complicated button on your boss because it's a 30-second cooldown that makes you take nearly no damage for 5 seconds, except there are some attacks that hit through it in some capacity. And the thing is that you might think using it, making you, take no damage almost for 5 seconds, means that you can bait all of the enemy's strong attacks and then they don't have anything to hit you with afterwards. Now, the idea is good, but what if the enemy sees it coming and then just doesn't use their strong attacks? Then what happens is they just stand there ready to use their strong attacks the instant your guard drops. And then you're dead. And as you get to higher and higher rank, like up in like Diamond and Crystal, what people will do is they will try to bait you to use guard. And when you use guard, they will try to take note of when you used guard. So that they know how long you're vulnerable for, because when you don't have guard, then it means that they can stomp you, like basically like how you stomp a player that doesn't use guard. You just get the free kill if they think they can just smash you back, like the machinist was trying to do. And Valen says, Zam is bunga bunga, but bigger numbers. That's the thing people forget. Yeah, I think if it's a samurai that played in the first season, a thing to take note of there is that in the majority of the very first season, Samurai's defensive cooldown, like the one that isn't guard, made them take half damage. Now it's only 25% less. So if you're used to just charging in with, I think it's called Chiten, active, and then take no damage, then suddenly taking, well, 50% more damage than you expected suddenly changes some things. I think we have the machinist that was having trouble last match now. And the good machinist is on the other team. Well, I think that was their name. Well, that's alright, Valen. So I believe it's called Hisat's Chiten or something like that. It's a PvP exclusive action, and what it does is that it's an ability that reduces all damage you take by 25% for like 3 seconds. And also all attacks on you get retaliated for like 2,000 or 3,000 damage, I think. And also increases the damage the enemy takes. By 25%, and more importantly, makes it so that your limit break instantly kills the person if you land it on someone with that debuff on. He starts cheating. Ah, of course. That's way smarter than what I was doing. I was in the wrong mode. That's why the summoner wasn't dying. What is happening? We're in one of these chaos matches where nothing makes sense. It feels like we're in a somewhat even match, but I think we're slowly losing. And I can also see that there's probably a machinist limit break in my future. Just based on how much the machinist on their team is camping right now. We might be able to turn this around. Maybe. But we have quite a long way to go to get that. I'm gonna try and bait that machinist to do something stupid. I guess he didn't have to. Ow, 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 ow. Very, very painful, guys. That's you made your point. I got it. You're very powerful, guys. Very, very strong. I just realized we have a gunbreaker on our team. This is suddenly going really well, but this could easily change. Like right now. Let's run away and stay alive on hopes and prayers. Ah! I saw the Dragoon limit break. Tried to cancel out of what I was doing and use guard, and then I died. I saw it coming and couldn't react in time. Push the crystal. I mean, yes, if we could, we can just push them off, we'd win. So this was actually a decent example of what I was talking about earlier, Pokeshack, in that we stood there waiting for the guard to drop, and then we easily could just stroll through the enemy. Oh wow, look at that damage. Because as soon as they don't have guard, you can just safely drop every single attack you have on someone. Like, most of the times where my limit break whiffs on someone when I just try to snipe them, in my experience, is when they use guard. Like, they see the flare, and then they click guard reactively, like they're like, oh no, because they see the first big hit, and there's like half a second between flare and the limit break. So they have just enough time to choose to guard the follow-up hit. But if they don't have guard, then I can just go for it. Or more precisely, if they don't have guard, or they, for any reason, choose to not use it, or don't know that they should use it. But yeah, that is the thing. It's like, if If you use guard, then the opponent has to choose whether they believe genuinely that 10% of their damage is enough to beat you, or they'll just wait. They'll just wait for you to click something, and if you're at like 10% of your health, you have to click heal as soon as your guard drops. Which means that the enemy has a pretty good idea of what you're gonna do next. But Pokeshack, there's both a good and a bad side to that. The bad side is, of course, oh, we're just getting paired with diamonds now. I'm still not in Platinum, game. Can you not do that? But the bad side is, of course, that if you don't use guard, then the enemy will eventually catch on to the fact that you don't use guard, and they'll abuse it. On the other hand, if you used guard at the first sniff of damage in your direction, then the enemy will just learn to like play around it. He's gonna use guard immediately, so I'll just force him to use guard and then kill him safely. Helen says, game got tired of you dunking. I mean, I did do a lot of damage in the last match, but I don't feel like I was the carry. I think I just had like 2 or 3 really good like the flare limit break opportunities where the enemy was stacked up. And that does a lot of damage. This is a problem. Maybe not. Oh dear. Ah. I wasn't sure what I could press. Like, I felt like every single option that would help me in that specific moment was spent. Ah, that's on a limit breaking Dark Knight. That's not very helpful. Oh, you think so, Valen? Well, that's good at least, but I don't think that's happening in this match. I've spent a lot of time dead already. So maybe you're right. Oh, I can't get away from that. Oh, that's a limit break. Incoming limit break. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh. I think that was like 2 or 3 attacks on top of each other. See, can we flip it? We might be able to, but that Dark Knight is just about to limit break, I think. Yep, there it is. Now we have to... We're actually almost there. Wait, what? We won, guys! By some absolutely amazing means. We managed to push ahead just as it switched to overtime. And then we got to platinum. By these shenanigans, we got to platinum. Very nice. Pink Platinum is real. Well, we could very quickly drop back down, but we have to lose 3 times in a row for that to happen, I believe. But we spent a lot of time going up and down tonight, just straight up not getting anywhere. We've had 20 matches so far. And I know we had 20 because since the reset I've only done my weekly normal raid, which amounts to 40 of the weekly currency. And every match is 10. Win or lose, it's always 10. But another thing that we can also see here is that on the first night, we won more, yes. But we got to series level 9. This time we probably playing about the same amount of matches. I would say maybe a little bit less because it feels like the match is a lot longer. But we barely gained 5. Like we're just about to gain the 5th now. So, and for some reason now the queue is way longer too. Fun. Now they need to find like 4 diamond players to match me with, apparently, I guess. Just based on our previous matches. Like it feels like you either go with unranked to gold or gold to diamond as like tiers. And then I'm guessing that crystal gets matched with diamond and very high platinum as well. Are people done with PvP for tonight? Is that what happened? Is the high tier just filled to the brim with red mages? The problem is you're too good. Oh, Dang it. In all honesty, I don't see myself as particularly incredible at PvP. That's why I've only made like a basics guide on PvP, like teaching what you need to get started. I don't think that I'm so like super experienced that I know what is best to do. Like not even on Red Mage. Like you see how often I make mistakes myself, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should have done that. Like in that match where I was chasing down a summoner and it just barely got away, and I was like, oh, my dots will probably... No, because I'm in white mode. And then they just got away with it and survived. Well, if the queue times are gonna... Never mind. I think there's going... Like, based on how long the matches we're having and the queue times, we're probably gonna get like 2 or 3 more matches. Maybe 4. But I think it's gonna be like 2 or 3. Thank you, Pokeshack. I think maybe what the advantage there is that I'm pretty good at looking at, like, in retrospect, what should have been done different or why people do things that they do, which is super helpful for learning how to play after the fact. But in the moment, you're there in the mistake. But if it's entertaining to get the explanation as I give it as the match is going on, then that's what's really important here since we're streaming, right? Seems like it is a gold and platinum bracket after all. We have 2 Lalafels. We simply can only win. We're also the only team with a tank. But the enemy does have their own Red Mage, so we need to be aware of that. Wayne from being backstabbed? What? Are you sure that's a healthy move, Dragoon? I think we're spiraling into the chaos strat. And we have someone dead, and I didn't even see it happen. Ah! Oh, that's okay, Pokeshack. I write an answer either when I have time, when I see it, or when I have the answer. Like if it takes a while for me to respond, it's usually because it takes a moment for me to figure out what the answer is. That was a lot of damage. I shouldn't have run in. Yeah, speaking of that whole talk about trolling in a match that we talked about earlier, me running in like that could be perceived as me intentionally wiping, but it's not. It was me not realizing the risk. Ah, there's not really anything I feel like I could do. Oh well. That was a tough match. The enemy team has too much synergy. That could be. They might also just be better at timing their tools together. That's okay, Pokeshack. I think, if I remember correctly, I responded almost immediately to your question, or something like that. But that was just because that was when I happened to see it. There's no you don't have to apologize for being slow to respond. The important bit is that you learned something from my response. And now we have half diamond match again. And double tank on the enemy team. This was how the last stream ended too. With like 2 tanks on the enemy team. And I'm saying that the way the last stream ended too, because I have a feeling that maybe this will be the last match and then we take the unwind after that. Which, on the bright side, means that even if we lose, we're staying in Platinum. How did I get away with taking all that damage and then just walking away from it? Ah, cover. Ow. Let's see if we can make them do something stupid, trying to chase me down. Oh no, we did something stupid instead. Oh, that was so much damage. I need to find a good opportunity to use my limit break. Problem is I end up sitting on it too much. There's the Paladin limit break. That was a good limit break. But the enemy is stalling for time, so we might just lose when they're all back. Yeah, I was pretty much dead there. I was thinking of going with Flare limit break and then just leaving some damage because I didn't think there was any safe way out. But from previous matches we've seen that that doesn't typically end well anyway, yet I still planned around doing it, which is my mistake. We're actually in a perfect draw right now. Whoever can push past first wins. Oh, the Paladin is limit breaking. I'll just kill your machinist then, I guess. I think that's a good time for a white mode heal. Got another one down. Okay, that's incredibly unbalanced. I don't know if you saw what happened there, but the Gunbreaker was able to drink a potion through damage because the Paladin was using cover on them. We did it! But that's there are some hilariously, I would say, like borderline broken strategies that you can do with Paladin. The main balancing factor on Paladin's cover, or Guardian, more precisely as it is in PvP, is simply the fact that in Crystalline Conflict you can only like do ranked matches with randoms, and often the other players don't see that you've used Guardian on them. This Gunbreaker did see it and took a chance. Like, if the Paladin had died while the Gunbreaker was drinking the potion, he was dead. And there had been more better ways for him to have, like, covered his getaway. Like, he could have ran further, and then I would have been in a worse position after getting him. But he was not going to get away from me without Guardian. There was also the possibility that the Paladin would just move too far away from the Gunbreaker. So the ability is extremely powerful, but also extremely niche. The reason why it has turned out to be extremely overpowered in frontline is because there you can queue with your friends so that they can abuse it with you specifically. I think, from what I remember, that Paladin tends to be really good in tournament Crystalline Conflict, you know, with pre-made teams. Specifically because there it's more utility-based playstyle compared to the other tanks, is way stronger. Like, way stronger. But it's actually, I have tried doing PvP with Paladin. The problem is that the way that I play PvP, I think, doesn't lend itself well to playing Paladin. Like, I'm better at playing something like Red Mage. But it's also a possibility that the reason for that is because I've just played Red Mage a lot. Who's really to say? I also tried, like, of the jobs that I've played in, like, among the jobs in PvP, like, I've tried Bard and Paladin a decent amount, but ultimately ended up going back to Red Mage, mainly because both Bard and Paladin suffer from the fact that they rely, in my opinion, very heavily on the party being good, while the Red Mage can, you know, like, yeah, all jobs depend on the party being good as a whole, but the Red Mage can sometimes just play around the fact that your party is distracting the enemy, whether they're distracting the enemy by being good or by being bad is not that big of a deal. If you can somehow get a kill or two in, you might be able to win by virtue of outnumbering the enemy. And also, it also relies on the fact that if your team is sort of bad, there's a higher chance that the enemy team is sort of bad. So you can get away with the same kind of strategies. Pokejack says you play Summoner and Scholar a lot. You don't play those in PvP. They both play extremely differently in PvP compared to PvE, I'd say. And Valen says, so what you're saying is Red Mage is the jack of all trades, including in PvP. Well, Red Mage isn't capable of tanking that well. The best that Red Mage has to offer in PvP is that because they have the ability to switch between defensive and offensive effects, they have the ability to surprise the opponent with whichever choice they make. Like, if I charge in first for any reason, it's always better to make sure that I have Magic Barrier up and that I lead my charge with the white shift resolution and that my melee combo is the white one. But there is some benefit to switching to black shift just before the final step so that I get the flare, which does more damage. Because I might not need the healing if I did the entire shielding combo instead of the damaging combo. On the other hand, if your team is covering the attack, then you can use Frazzle instead to increase the enemy's damage taken. And if the enemy is trying to run, you can use the binding version of Resolution instead to grab them. Like, for instance, that's why Red Mage is pretty decent in the Volcanic map, because it's among the few jobs that have a bind. Because the bombs come down, show their telegraph, and within 3 seconds will explode. And because it's within 3 seconds, you can snipe someone to be locked, and they'll have to use either Purify or take the 30,000. Which means that you typically will win the exchange just by default if you get it right. I don't know if Red Mage can be considered a jack of all trades in PvP, but it's very good. I would actually lean a little bit closer to saying that Ninja might be capable of being closer to the jack of all trades, because it can do a little bit of everything. Mainly because it has an absurd amount of abilities, like let me just switch to my less try-hardy UI. So we have the ninja abilities. You have so many tools. You have a placeable slow that you can also force enemies out with. You have a shield that gives you movement speed. You have a heal, and you can actually use the heal on someone else. You have a large AoE that does a ton of damage that you can use at range. And then you have multiple burst options, including 2 stuns, not 1, but 2. And then you can also just use Shukuchi to jump out of the way when you're in a losing position. Like, if you play frontline and you like to go for points on your own for some reason, Ninja is the best at doing that, because if you meet if you're running up to a one-on-one, there's a very good chance that you can win the exchange, either making them leave or beating them outright. And if it turns bad, or they get like assistance, you can just use Shukuchi to leave. It makes it very good for frontline, and then its limit break is completely insane in Crystalline Conflict, especially if you can somehow line it up so one person is in kill range at a time, so that you can just jump from person to person. But actually, Pokeshack, if you want to play PvP with Summoner or Scholar, we could talk a little bit about what makes them different in PvP. So, in PvE, Summoner is very systematic in the way that it fights, of course. The way that toolkit translates to a PvP perspective is that Radiant Aegis is a shield, of course, makes sense. So you use that when you're getting attacked, or just before you're getting attacked is probably better. Mountain Buster allows you to tag enemies for your party, because it binds them and also clumps enemies together, so if a big AoE is coming up from someone else, you can help them line that up. And Slipstream both does damage to enemies in a donut AoE, and simultaneously is a movement speed area for your team, which I don't know how helpful it is. I'm not entirely sure. Most of the slipstreams I've seen tonight has been from the enemy summoner, or there have been 2 summoners, so I don't know if it's mine for absolute certain, because the telltale sign which one's slipstream it is, I believe, is a very, 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 very slim circle around it that is a different color. Let me just try and put it down. So I believe the enemy version is more reddish in its hue, but it's very, very subtle, so you might not be able to see it at all. And then you have you have of course the Crimson Cyclone, which is a 2-hit combo with increasing damage. It's a combined 20,000 in total, and it means that you're going into melee range. So I think, based on what I've seen tonight, that the combo that summoners use to snipe people is typically to use Crimson Cyclone, or more precisely, they summon Bahamut, then they use Crimson Cyclone so that they have Crimson Strike ready, and then they use Enkindle Bahamut which means that Bahamut queues up a 12,000 damage hit on your target of choice, and then you stack your Crimson Cyclone in the same instant, so you do a total of 24,000 damage. And that's when Fester comes in. If you use Fester on someone below half health, then it does 8,000 damage. So if you can use both Festers on top of that, then you're doing 40,000 damage in a single global cooldown's time, approximately. If anyone else is supporting that attack, then the person is probably dead if they're not using guard. And I got killed by that 1-2 combo like 2 or 3 times tonight at the very least. Then you say Phoenix don't exist. Well, let's talk about that. What is the difference between Phoenix and Bahamut? Why would you want to summon Phoenix instead of Bahamut? So, I didn't really talk about Ruin at all tonight in this explanation, because Ruin is pretty much just your filler spell. You use it when you have nothing else, or if you're waiting for something to happen, like you're using it while you're waiting for things to happen, pan out in the way that Mountain Buster, Slipstream, or Crimson Cyclone are the option that you should use, because even though they have relatively short cooldowns, not so much Slipstream, if you use them at the wrong time, then you don't have them for the right time. So it might be better to just stand back and spam Ruin until the perfect opportunity presents itself. Now, Ruin turns into either Astral Impulse or Fountain of Fire, and the main difference here is that Astral Impulse does 50% more damage, while Fountain of Fire has no cast time. So when you're choosing between Bahamut and Phoenix, you're also choosing between these two. Phoenix gives you a lot more mobility, and Bahamut gives you more damage. And when you summon Bahamut, he casts Mega Flare in an area around him for 18,000 damage to everyone around you, around where you summon him. Meanwhile, Phoenix casts Everlasting Flight, which instead heals your party for a little bit, but over a long period of time, like over 15 seconds, it actually heals for 20,000, while Mega Flare does 18,000 up front. And it also, when this 15-second effect runs out, it'll heal for another 12,000, or if someone is about to die. So that means that you're choosing between 18,000 damage now or 32,000 healing over 15 seconds. So the Phoenix is actually, in comparison to Bahamut, the Phoenix is a much more powerful defensive tool than Bahamut is an offensive tool. The problem is that if you can kill like 2 or 3 people by surprising them with 18,000 and giant AoE circle, that tends to win you the match sometimes, or win you the exchange, and then you don't need to heal 32,000, and that's why most summoners don't use Phoenix. I should also mention that while Bahamut has Achmon as its enkindle, Phoenix has Revelation, which technically does way more damage. So we're talking 12,000 right now versus 6,000 right now, but 15,000 over 15 seconds. So that means 21,000. So not only does Phoenix do a lot more healing, it has the potential to do more damage with its activated ability. The main problem is also that Bahamut's damage as he's passively on the field is 50% bigger than what Phoenix presents. Phoenix instead reduces the damage people do, but I don't think many people actually know this, like at all. I discovered just now, as we're looking at it, that one, Scarlet Flame does less damage than Wormwave, and 2, that it reduces the target's damage dealt by 50%, which is, I would actually say that I feel like there are a lot more times in a PvP match where Summon Phoenix would be a game changer compared to Summon Bahamut. But the reason why this choice of summoning Bahamut or summoning Phoenix is so crucially important is because, as far as I'm aware, is that Summoner is among the jobs with a 1-minute limit break. Like, it has the shortest limit break charge time in Crystalline Conflict, which means that you should use your summoner limit break. Let's see if I can find that information. I remember seeing it somewhere. No, okay, Summoner's limit break is 1 minute and 30 seconds. But the thing is that the jobs with better limit breaks tend to have either really long cooldowns on them, or the power of the limit break comes at the cost of their performance when not using the limit break. And let's just say that, in my opinion, if you took a summoner versus a red mage and no limit breaks were allowed, then I think in most cases the red mage would just win by default, because the summoner has so much more power in their limit break. Like, just to put it into perspective, red mage and summoner both have a 1 minute 30 second limit break timer, but red mage does at best 24,000 in a tiny square. Meanwhile, summoner just dunks Bahamut anywhere on the battlefield and does 18,000 to everything, and then also does something in the ballpark of, like, I don't know, 40 or 50,000 damage with Astral Impulse over the duration of Bahamut. And then, you know, depending on how many Astral Impulses you yourself manage to cast, and then you also have Enkindled Bahamut, like, you have so much, like, one Bahamut on a single target could probably do like 80,000 damage if you just let it beat you. And I don't think a lot of limit breaks would be able to, like, compare to that. Like, it's pure damage with no crowd control at all, yes, but 80,000 damage is still 80,000 damage, and that means that the summoner is probably pretty weak when it is not summoning anything. Which is also the reason why typically you will see that when people are doing markers in Crystalline Conflict, they will mark the summoner. Because if you kill the summoner just disappears early. And that can be lethal for a team if the summoner wastes their limit break. Then they're a sitting duck for another 1 minute 30 seconds with no payoff. That's not to say that summoners are useless without their limit break, but that means you see how some matches I can go nearly most of the match without finding a good opportunity to use limit break as a red mage. That's manageable because I feel like so much of the red mage power is focused on their, like, baseline skills. But if you don't use your limit break when you get it as a summoner, like, you need to find a good opportunity to use it as quickly as possible. That really matters. Like, obviously, whichever job you choose to play Crystalline Conflict in, and I'm saying that, like, in general, anyone that would be interested in figuring that out. If you find a job and you enjoy its baseline playstyle, like you like every single tool that it uses on a regular basis, but you don't know how to use its limit break well, then you need to either figure out how to use the limit break well, or you might want to check out different jobs, simply because if you don't know how to use your limit break, even on jobs with relatively weak limit breaks, you're missing out on a lot of potential. To put an example, I like the way that Scholar works in PvP. You basically use Adlocurium and deployment tactics on your team to give your team a little shield and a damage boost, so everyone does 8% more damage. It actually got nerfed from 10%, so it's really good. We can conclude that by the simple fact that it got reduced in this season. And then you use Biolysis on the enemy and deployment tactics, so they take a huge amount of damage and do 8% less damage, so you make like a 16% difference in power level between you and the enemy team. And of course there's also other factors, but that's like the main gameplay loop. Either you use Adlo and Biolysis and deployment tactics on both to get started, or if you're running low on deployment tactics, you just do one. I think usually Biolysis tends to be the stronger because, you know, damage is better. But what keeps me away from playing Scholar is, first of all, that I'm not very good at making good use of mummification. And second of all, I don't think I've even once managed to use Summon Seraph in a good way, and I have played a bunch of frontline with Scholar, and a few matches of Crystalline Conflict with it. So that's the reason why I wouldn't play Scholar in PvP, because I don't know how to use the limit break well. Even if I knew how to use every single other tool in the arsenal well, it doesn't matter if I don't know how to use the limit break. That's a very long story to say that I like everything about Summoner in PvP and I would love to play it. However, I'm really terrible at using the limit break and then also surviving. Because if you think these matches where I've played a defensive match as red mage, is something else. If you're playing Summoner, you're even squishier. You have 1.5 thousand even less health than a red mage. Yes, your shield is very good. Like very, very good. If someone smacks you, it'll do 20% less, even if it breaks the 10,000 shield. But the problem is that the enemy sees you use limit break and immediately you are not only high priority because you were already high priority. Don't you even worry your head about that. You were the top priority the moment that your limit break gauge filled up. But now that you've used your limit break, there's like a 20-second timer where the enemy is like seeing like flashing lights over your head saying kill this person now. And you have to be utilizing your damage boost and also surviving in this time. It's like playing Black Mage and using your spells while you have your 6 casts with your trance. It's similar to that. But that's why I tend to prefer Red Mage. But hey, maybe I'm no promises, but maybe next PvP stream I'll play a different mage. It's probably not gonna be Black Mage though, but maybe Summoner. Maybe. But it might just be Red Mage more Pink Mage. Yeah, I think that's what you would want to look for if you're trying out jobs to main in PvP. Is figure out if you like the toolkit of the job. Then figure out if you understand how to use the toolkit. Of course, a lot of it comes with practice. Like, you don't have to be a master to start. But you need to, you know, be able to understand the basics and see where the things match, or at least be interested enough to look up a guide if you're uncertain. And once you've learned that, the next step is understanding how to use a limit break and finding time to use the limit break, because using the limit break doesn't mean click it on cooldown. It just means use it in a reasonable time frame from when you get it. Because if you have a limit break that has a 1 minute charge time, but it takes you 2 minutes to find the time to use it, and there was a decent time to use it 1 minute 30 into the match, then you're missing out on a limit break in the immediate future. And I'm saying that based on the fact that you see in a winning situation, when your team is in the winning position, often you will just sit on limit breaks, and then when the enemy beats you back, your team returns to the match and uses 3 or 4 limit breaks on top of each other and flip it back to their victory again, right? And you won't get that if you spend your limit break when you get it. Which also means that Summoner effectively is an excellent job at turning the tide, like making you get a good in if they come back with the limit break ready. Now, that's a lot of PvP theory discussion. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about before we round off the stream? I imagine my mistake tonight was putting a PvP stream on the weekly reset day. Yeah, Pokeshack, it's already been 3 hours, and I have work tomorrow. That's why we were stopping queuing matches. It's because it's quite late here for a work day. But we got to Platinum. Yeah, Valen has the rest of the evening left for them. It's 11 PM here. So it's a little late. So I tend on these workday streams to plan to end the stream after around 3 hours, but sometimes it goes to 4 hours when we're talking about something. That's why I'm asking if there's anything else to talk about. Next stop, pink candy rank. Maybe. I think what's gonna happen on the next PvP stream is that we might spend a lot of time wrestling with the platinum rank, because we're probably not gonna get a lot of win streaks on a in platinum rank. We're just gonna slowly climb. But in the meantime, we also still have quite ways to go before we get the final series level reward. And yeah, that also means next stream is when we're doing Can I Solo That? If you're interested in contributing with a suggestion, make sure to think over if there's some specific sort of encounter you would like to see soloed. Like, can this job, like, can a regular job solo this? Can it be done synced, unsynced? Does it need to be a blue mage? Things like that. And then Pokeshack says, I wanted to ask you about the rotation of the Dragoon with the short jumps, but not in a PvP or small stream because it goes against the stream. Or unveil with blue sync. Yeah, we can do that. I can show you that. Absolutely. I do remember I did do a stream, I believe just like a random stream, where we were doing stuff like Moogle Tomestones, where we did do Aurum Veil with blue, but I can't remember if we actually soloed it. You also ask about the rotation of the Dragoon with the short jumps. What do you mean? Like, you can ask it here. What is the question about with the Dragoon? We've talked about something even less relevant to the particular stream subject in these round-off segments, so don't even worry about that. What is the question? Poke check? Oh, I'm guessing you might be writing the question, maybe. Before you couldn't do double weaving with jumps, now you can. You wanted to ask what would be more or less the current rotation of the Dragoon with jumps now. Oh, well, let's check. Let's see. Now, I'll just preface by saying that I do believe it took me like 3 or 4 attempts to do the level 90 opener in my Dragoon guide originally. Because I kept making mistakes, but typically the mistakes came like 2 minutes into the clip, so maybe this can be done. So let me just see here. Wait a minute. Let's see. So what I'm looking at is that the balance is a decent, very good site to visit for updated information on rotations and openers and stuff. And to some degree, the optimal opener that I show in my guides tend to be somewhat directly related, either being exactly that opener, being very similar. And when I say exactly or similar, for instance, my monk guide does not accurately represent the perfect opener and rotation because it was so complicated that I felt that it was excessive. So I decided to simplify it a little bit. But from what I can tell, Pokeshack, the fact that you can double weave jumps does not seem to change anything. Basically, the long and the short of it is you can like compress the rotation more to get all of your jumps done quicker. You can do that. That is technically an option. But you don't gain any DPS by doing that, according to the people that know best, simply because you were already able to use all of your OGCDs in the 15-second raid buff window without compressing them. So what they recommend is single weaving the jumps because it's less latency heavy. Like if you're lagging just the slightest bit, you might have difficulty with double weaving it. So they recommend not doing that. You say you want to see if I can do the level 70 or level 80 rotation. I don't think they're very much changed by that either. But let's see. That's actually a thing I can say, is that the non-level 90 openers and rotations in my guides are typically either completely homemade by me, or they're designed to naturally flow into becoming the level 90 rotation. But I don't read those off somewhere. I always construct those from my own understanding. Let's see. The level 70 or 80 rotation. Well, the level 70 rotation appears to be the same as the level 80 rotation. And does that change much at level 90? The main thing that changes at level 90 is that you have more life surge, more spine shadow dive, and then of course you have first mind's focus. You appreciate the monk simplification. Well, I'm glad. I can say that that's also, I believe, the monk guide. I do refer to the fact that there's an incredible amount to learn and master, but that you don't have to be perfect simply because there's so much you can master with the monk that it was like I had to give up, pretty much. I had to give up trying to perform it perfectly. It was simply too hard. And I don't main monk, so I hadn't put in the time to be able to do it perfectly. But some jobs, when you practice and get really good at them, you learn to deal with mechanics better, like you learn to deal with interruptions better. Some jobs, I believe Black Mage and Monk especially, you learn to like make side tracks or minute super optimizations that you can adjust to the individual encounter to make the most of a bad situation. Now let's see that about that opener. Let's see, we have True Thrust, Disembowel, double damage buff, then Chaotic Spring, then another damage buff, and then Wheeling Thrust, Gaia's Ghoul, Life Surge. I might not get this perfectly right, but let's see if I can get it. Let's see which ones were behind. That's those. Right. I forgot something. It's okay. So, because I missed a timing, my my Spine Shadow dive at the end missed Battle Litany. And we get ready for a damage buff. And I used the wrong button and wasted Life Surge instead. Excellent. You didn't see that. Hey, Crovinia. We're just having a little bit of an end of stream discussion where Pokeshack asked about a Dragoon rotation demonstration, so that's what we're doing now. If you're wondering why we're not doing PvP. How are you doing? Whoops, we missed the positional. And now we're just about to reach the point where every single buff comes on at once. Oh well, we're still having a little bit of a discussion at the end, Provin, yeah? So if you had any questions that you would like to ask me, for instance, in a stream, then this is the perfect opportunity. Yeah, maybe we'll catch the next one. The next stream is on Thursday, and it starts at the same time as this one did, which is 3 hours ago. Right, I think that's a decent demonstration. Valen says, Monk used to be my main, and I've gotten it to 60, 70-ish, and I think its rotation is pretty easy to do, but also easy to screw up. So the Monk rotation is really, really hard based on the fact that it goes really fast. It's not so much doing the rotation itself that is difficult, it's the fact that Monk, and actually Dragoon as well, has something similar, but Monk is far, far worse. The thing that is with Monk is that you need to, you know, roll your 1, 2, 3 combos, but you need to line your Riddle of Fire and Brotherhood specifically up. You need to line those up with specific timings in your 1, 2, 3 combos, and specifically Perfect Balance needs to be timed with those buffs. And when you use Perfect Balance is directly correlated with where you are in your 1, 2, 3 combos. The reason why the Monk rotation played perfectly compared to played well is so hard is because you have like 3 or 4 different sequences that you can lead Perfect Balance into, you could say. Which means that you have to memorize these and master these so that you know exactly which OGCD you're supposed to use Riddle of Fire and Brotherhood on, and then Perfect Balance. Or opposite, like I believe there are different sequences. And which actions to combine that with. It's relatively obvious which actions you're supposed to combine it with, because it's either 1, 2, 3 or a 1, 1, 1, typically. But it's really hard when it's going at a GCD of 2 seconds instead of, you know, 2.5. The good news is that the difference between playing Monk perfectly and playing Monk pretty well is not like huge. It's not like 10% of damage or something. It's only a few percent, and I do believe there was this meme rotation that people discovered a while back, where they discovered that spamming Dragon Kick and then just Twin Snakes and Demolish or something like that, like just doing Twin Snakes and Demolish for the buff and debuff and then just mashing Dragon Kick repeatedly was viable. Like, it did like only slightly less DPS than actually doing your 1, 2, 3 combos correctly, which was hilarious. But it's not good, right? It's not something that you'd want to teach someone if they look up a guide. That's very demotivating. And Pokeshak says that Monk and Ninja has been your biggest headaches by far. That makes sense. Those are both really hard. And ironically, Ninja, I believe, was one of the few jobs where I got my level 90 opener with rotation in the first take. Like, I made no mistakes for the guide. So it's difficult, but in my opinion, in both cases, the hardest part is dealing with the difficult parts while stuff is happening around your face and your ears and your head and in your head. Valen says you moved on to Samurai and you think its rotation is easy to but harder to screw up. Haven't touched other jobs much. The thing with Samurai is that while Monk has a 60 second and 120 second buff cooldown that you automatically choose to combine with everyone else's raid buffs, means that you have like a clock on your bars to time everything with, and you just click those on cooldown and then things magically happen. Samurai on the other hand, you can just choose to ignore this and just freestyle it, of course, but you're supposed to time your Make Your Shisui and appliance of Higanbana and usage of Oginamikiri and Hisatsene and things like that with everyone else's raid buffs. Meaning that you don't have any raid buffs, so you use all of your damaging attacks when everyone else has used their buffs. Some other jobs that do this are Dark Knight, Warrior, Sage, White Mage, Black Mage, Machinist, and technically all jobs, right? But so typically they will just align with their own damage buff, and then automatically everyone else will align with your damage buff, and so everything works out, right? But the difficult part with Samurai is that your timer is Oginamikiri, or Ikishoten more like, and Hisatsene. And you don't have to use those with everyone else, which means that they can very easily completely displace from everyone else's cooldowns. But it does mean that as a start, Samurai is very easy to play, but playing it perfectly can be extremely difficult, but also extremely rewarding, as I discovered with a friend the other day that happens to main Samurai in Savage Raiding, that Samurai is extremely strong right now, for some reason. Especially because they benefit much more from raid buffs now that there was this new critical hit direct hit rework. And Baron says, especially once you're able to weave in the role abilities like True North. Yeah, it is called True North. The thing is that you don't want to weave in True North to save yourself the hassle of positioning. You need to make sure that you keep your True North for when the boss does something that prevents you from being able to stand behind them. That is more optimal than choosing to use it to be lazy. I will say that the Monk opener is very, very high speed, so there is a good chance that using True North to help you there is a good idea. And it can also be for Samurai. But optimally, you don't want to use True North just to save yourself the hassle. You want to do the positionals and save it for when you have to use True North. Although the cooldown has gotten shorter and shorter over the years. Imagine, I do believe it used to be 2 minutes and only last 15 seconds or something like that. Pokeshack says, wait, I can use 123 version B one time and later one at the infinitum and it's worth. Sort of. I believe it's called the Dragon Kick rotation or something. You literally just go Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, Demolish. You don't even need to form shift the Dragon Kick because you're not going to use Leaden Fist. You could use Leaden Fist and that would be better, but you don't have to. You literally just go through this and then you just spam Dragon Kick. And it looks silly. Really, really silly. And then you can see now the damage buff is about to run out. So we reapply the damage buff and then reapply Demolish and then back to spam. It's not optimal. But the argument to be made is that if you check the potencies, going through the 1-2-3 combos mean that you have to use attacks that are worse than Dragon Kick. Namely, every time you have to get to Snap Punch, you have to use True Strike, which is 300 potency, but Dragon Kick is 320. And Snap Punch is 310. And Dragon Kick is 320. So technically, if you had a 1-2-3 combo where you had to do Dragon Kick, True Strike, Snap Punch, then the alternative of just going Dragon Kick 3 times in a row would do more damage. It would do more damage. The problem, of course, is that doing the 1-2-3 combo and actually reaching over here means that your boot shine will be a critical hit. But Bootshine is 310 potency too, so if you did a Dragon Kick and it randomly chose to crit, it would be better than using Bootshine. But the argument for using Bootshine anyway is of course that when your Bootshine crits, you get a charge of meditation. That also happens when you get a crit with Dragon Kick, of course. But when you get a crit, you get a charge of meditation, and meditation means Forbidden Chakra, and Forbidden Chakra is worth just shy of 70 potency per charge. So that means that you should read Bootshine as closer to 380 potency, not to mention that the guaranteed critical hit means more damage, while Dragon Kick is 320 with a big maybe on the plus 70 potency and the critical hit potency. Like a huge maybe. So the reason why this Dragon Kick rotation is even remotely viable is because, and this makes sense in a way, jobs that are faster paced tend to be less punishing when you make a mistake. And Monk is the perfect example of that. If you press the wrong button, you might lose a lot of, quote-unquote, DPS because you have to go back to step 1. But given that all of your combos are almost equal in potency, failing is more just annoying than a giant damage loss, right? Accidentally pressing Dragon Kick at any time is not that bad. Compare that to Dragoon. If you accidentally press True Thrust when your next step was the second, was the step 5, Wheeling Thrust or Fanged Claw, that means that you're losing out on the bonus 100 potency on Lance Mastery. Also, either one would do 300 potency over the measly 230 on True Thrust, which means that they would do 400 potency, so that's 170 potency you're losing out on. And you're also not getting a Raiden Thrust, which is also 50 potency lost. And you're losing half of the first mind's focus, so that's also something you're not getting, which means 210 potency. So you're losing, let's see, 170, 220. You're losing 430 potency by clicking one button wrong. In comparison to Monk, where if you clicked the correct wrong button, you gain potency sometimes, which is really silly. It's not optimal, but it means that the total DPS loss by clicking the wrong button is actually extremely small. And Pokeshak says, speaking of Samurai, with the comparison and changes in skill learning, the opener does not really change much compared to your guide. So, because they removed Kaiten, my guide, my 50 to 90 guide is pretty heavily hampered by that. If you're leveling Samurai, any time in the opener where it says, and now use Kaiten, just ignore that. You only have Shinten. You also have Gyoten and Yaten, but basically, Shinten is 10 potency per Kenki. Gyoten is 10 potency per Kenki. Yaten is 10 potency per Kenki, and actually the enhanced NP means that you actually gain DPS compared to the others if you have to use NP anyway. Basically, the long and the short of it is that everything in the Samurai Guide that talks about timing and lining up Kaiten and all that, you don't need to do that. You can click Shinten, Gyoten or Yaten at any time that you would like. anytime. The only thing that should take priority over that is that you should make sure to have, you know, 50 Kenki for Sene, but typically you have that automatically from Ikishoten, so that doesn't matter either. The only thing that you need to do different if you want to optimize is if you're lining up all of your damage burst in the 2 minutes timing with, you know, raid cooldowns and stuff, like if you are waiting for that scholar to put up that chain stratagem, you're waiting for that red mage to use embolden, you're waiting for the dragoon to give you the dragon sight, then you should like stockpile your Kenki so that you can use 2 or 3 Shintens while those raid buffs are active. You don't have to, but you can. And it gives you a slight damage boost. It will give you a slight damage boost, absolutely. And you can manage this because you no longer need to worry about having Kenki to use Kaiten all the time. You don't have to worry about that. I have thought about multiple times that I should probably remake my samurai guide, but I have this sneaking suspicion, I have this feeling that the day, we're talking the specific week where I release a remake of my samurai guide, that will be the same week that there will be a patch that adds Kaiten back. I have a feeling that's gonna happen. On one hand, we all want Kaiten back, but on the other hand, that would be a huge waste of time for me then, you know? That's how I feel. I feel like I can't imagine that Samurai will continue without Kaiten. I feel like it's going to come back. I still have hope. And as long as there's hope, there's a chance. And if Kaiten comes back, then my guide is perfectly accurate again. I do, yeah, and exactly, you said you read the comments on the guide. Yeah, exactly. I think I did describe what you can. But it's complicated because you watch the guide and then you see my comment that goes, everything you just watched is not perfectly accurate. You have to do it like this instead, which is tough. And I know that I should really fix it. There are also some other guides that I feel like I should adjust, but some of them are much smaller details that is just annoying to remake like a 10 or 15 minute guide to address. Valen, Kaiten was the level 52 ability that made it so that your next weapon skill did 50% more damage. Basically, it did like a very fancy flourish with your katana, and that typically meant you would do that and then use Iaijutsus or Oginamikiri, and that was the only times you would use it. And that also led to the issue that because you had terrible Kenki management at level 52 to 61, you would learn actions like Hisatsu Gyoten and Hisatsu Yaten and not have the excess Kenki to actually use them because you needed everything to be able to use your Kaiten on Midare Setsugeka and Higanbana. So you unlock new abilities and it's like, yeah, but you can't use them until 10 levels later. Pokejack says the legendary bench of Moonstone Carbuncle is real. Yeah. Well, you know, most of my house, or most of my things in the game, I like to make Carbuncle themed when there's the option. Yeah, that's it. I think there's a chance that Kaiten is coming back. I have hope, but it might not. But the way that Yoshi P explained it was that when people got really, really angry in, I believe it was 6.1, when they removed Kaiten, he said, please try it. And people have tried it. The reason why people got really mad about it after that was that Midare Setsugeka became really bad when they reworked it to have a guaranteed critical hit. And now that they've sort of fixed that with the critical hit direct hit rework, Samurai is suddenly starting to look really, really good. So now we can circle back to the discussion of, are people unhappy with Samurai because Kaiten is missing? Or were they unhappy with Samurai because they got nerfed? Once we've figured out that answer, there's a discussion to be made if the answer is that people dislike Samurai because of Kaiten. I don't know how many people dislike Samurai these days. I think it looks really good, but it's missing Kaiten in my opinion. We'll see. I can say that I played for like a good month at least after Kaiten got removed with my action bars like this, because I would accidentally press Kaiten when it wasn't there, which could cause some problems if I clicked Iki Shoten when I didn't plan to. And Shadow Center says, I just miss Kaiten because it was a satisfying animation. Literally, that's it. Yes. 100%. Exactly this. I would actually be pretty fine with it if they added the Kaiten flourish to your EI jutsus. Now that would be genius. Like, I think a lot of people could get behind that. The issue there is, of course, that the animation for the EI jutsu is already extremely short because the cast time is extremely short. But if we could do something like that, I think we could like satisfy a lot of players, because people are missing the flourish that normally comes before an EI jutsu, right? What do you think about that idea, Shadow Cinder? Pokejak says, when pink Kabungle? The best I can offer you there is I have a pink Ruby Kabungle outfit. Does that work? Sort of, maybe? I don't use it much. I got a friend of mine got it for me for my birthday. Work it. Higanbana 2? Oh, you mean Kaishi Higanbana? Is that the one you mean, Pokeshak? Shadow Center says, I'd be down with that, though animation clipping would make the flourish kinda just not exist with how fast the cast of Yaijutsu is, and I doubt people would want a super long cast for it. True. True. I think maybe the best way you would be able to satisfy people would be to just add, like, I don't know, like a token flourish button? Or like a flourish, like an emote that happens to use the flourish animation or something, so that samurai that want to use it can use it. But that would be really weird, because it would be like the only job that has such an like nothing button, right? Well, demonstration of Higanbana 2, Pokeshak. That's one. And here's two. Exactly the same animation, you just skip the charge up time. And they do about the same damage. Yeah, exactly. It's a token button, and I could imagine that would be like the slow killer of the Kaiten hype, because people would get their button use it for a while, and then eventually, you know, the new car smell would go away, and then people would just stop using it, and then chitin would truly fade away. No, that's correct, Pokeshack. The Kaishi Higanbana is not a different dot. I'll just show you on the striking dummy to do both of them on the same target now, just to make sure that you get the full picture. Watch. So now we have the regular Higanbana on it. Now I use Higanbana again. Refreshes the debuff instead. It's the thing is that if you could stack them, then I'm pretty sure that Kaishi Higanbana would be the only thing you used. Like, you would start a raid encounter by using Kaishi Setsugeka once, because you can have 2 of them. But then the rest of the raid, you would just only use Kaishi Higanbana because it's just too powerful. Like, you wouldn't want that. I don't think it would be very enjoyable if you could do that. And Valen says, it would make sense if there were a lot of bosses where you fight 2 at a time. No, it would not. Reasoning being that. So, this is how much effort it takes to apply Higanbana to 2 bosses. That's it. It's at most 6 GCDs. For comparison, if you just want to use Midare Setsugeka twice on 1 boss, you need to either use Meikyo Shisui or go through all 8. Well, no, all 6. Wait a minute, no, all 8, it is 8 of your regular GCDs, and then use Midare Setsugeka. And you need to do that twice. So that means to do Midare Setsugeka twice, you need to do a grand total of 18 GCDs, while to do Higanbana twice, you just need to do 6. So, in conclusion, using Kaishi Setsugeka saves you not like 8 GCDs, while using Kaishi Higanbana saves you 2 GCDs. But if Kaishi Higanbana was a completely unique debuff separate from the regular Higanbana, then we're suddenly talking a grand total of 1100 potency versus a grand total of 640 potency. Pokeshack says, or you can use Meikyo Shisui and do 2 Higanbanas. Yeah, you could do that. You could do like put up your damage buff, Higanbana that, put up the attack speed buff, and then Higanbana that. That is also an option, but I imagine in most cases you would rather, if you could, do Hakase, Yukikase, Meikyo Shisui, and then damage, attack speed buff, Midare Setsugeka. So basically, if you can line up your rotation so that works, you would prefer to do this. So Meikyo Shisui the damage buff and attack speed buff, and then Midare Setsugeka damage buff. Because that means that you're actually saving. So this circles back to this argument with saving GCDs again. Using Meikyo Shisui on only Kasha and Gecko as best you can saves you 2 GCDs each in a way, because you're skipping Hakase and Shifu or Hakase and Jinpu, which is a lot more valuable than using Mekyu Shisui on Yukikase, because then you're only skipping Hakase. It's a little more complicated than you're saving X amounts of GCDs, because technically those GCDs did damage too. But ultimately, you want to use Mekyu Shisui as best you can to get more Midara Setsugekas, because Mekyu Shisui can save you a lot of time getting to Midara Setsugeka, while it can only save you a little bit of time going to Higanbana. Because casting 2 Higanbanas with Mekyu Shisui means that you can cast Higanbana twice within 4 GCDs, while doing it without Mekyu Shisui means you can do it within 6. It's not a huge deal, while Mekyu Shisui can allow you to cast 1 Midara Setsugeka within 4 GCDs, whereas normally it takes 9. Yeah, the thing with Mekyu Shisui is that you can, if you plan your rotation, you can, like, looking ahead, you can line up so that Yukikase often is just used when you want to use Mekyu Shisui, but I do believe that the optimal rotation tends to focus a lot more on the fact that you want to use Higanbana and at least 1 Midara Setsugeka every minute. In any possible buffs you could get from your raid, right? But that's it's complex. The good news is that Samurai is really strong right now, and if you can optimize these things, it's very rewarding. Now, I think we've had a very good talk about PvE job optimization and some PvP discussion now at the tail end of the PvP stream. So I'll take this opportunity to say again that on Thursday we're going to be doing some we're going to try and solo some old content, and it's going to be attempted mainly in ways that makes it challenging. It's not very entertaining to watch me dunk on Aurum Vale unsynced with a warrior or something like that. But it might be interesting to watch me do dungeons as a blue mage synced, or as a regular job synced if it's possible. It might be. Or do like raids and stuff. So we'll see what we can get away with. Yeah. If you are just as excited about it as me, then I'd love for you guys to like bring your own suggestions for what we could try. Then we can either try it or we can discuss whether it's possible or not, and if not, why it's not possible, and things like that. I think it's going to be very fun. And now let me just get the last comments. Pokeshack says, thanks for everything, but I think I've already bothered you too much with silly questions. No, you don't bother me with questions in general. Like, I love to answer questions. I think it's very interesting to discuss these things, so you don't even have to worry about that. If you ask a question that I think is silly, then I might just laugh. That's the worst that can happen. I'm glad that you learn. I'm glad as long as you learn something. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and I'm sorry for the people that came into the stream in the tail end that missed out on all the PvP action, but fortunately I'll leave the VOD up, so you're welcome to watch after the fact if you like. Anyway, that's all I have for you tonight. So, good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you very, very, very soon. Pokeshack says, any dungeon with things like Titan cages is a bad choice. They're not impossible. Good night.